Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Good afternoon. It's true. I'm 15 minutes late, but uh, well, I don't know. You want some details? Don't buy an MSI Creation motherboard and an AMD 3900 XT with AMD RX 5700 XT graphics cards, especially not two of them. And then you won't have any trouble with volume and speakers and the order in which things must be installed, which of course I think is, it's always right the day before, because it is, or at least it works. But I'm sure I'll find that once I restart this computer, it'll take something else. Who knows? Something else will go awry. But that's neither here nor there. We're thinking positive today. Positive thoughts. And that's what we're gonna do. How about it? On the other hand, I do seem to have this thing maxed out and running like a scalded ape, as we say. Hey, Miss Haneke, it's better. Appreciate it. Well, I'm just gonna say it's better. How about that? I'm gonna act like it's all better. Everything's fine. And let's get this show on the road. Let me just make sure this thing isn't trying to adjust itself. It should be a little bit louder, but maybe too loud. I'm gonna try something and you tell me the difference in quality of sound. So does this sound much better? Uh, yeah, I don't know. It was probably maybe, who knows, COVID. All I know is I had a cough like I've never had. The inhaler they gave me was for COPD, but it actually helped. And maybe that's why they gave it to me. I don't know. But that and a Z Pack and uh, cough syrup to sleep. And it's about like a typical cold. Typical cold lasts like 12, sometimes 14 days for me. So I don't I don't do well when it comes to colds. Yeah, and they gave me the whatchamacallit, the anti inflammation steroid, the whatchamacallit. Da, 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 da. I can't think of the name of it. prednisone. But yeah, I'm much better. Just a slight cough. All right. Let me get this keyboard straightened out here. What's going on? Got a pair of new glasses because I am nearsighted or farsighted. I need glasses to see up close, whatever that means. So 30 inches and closer, I can see just fine now with these glasses. Farsighted yet. But it, boy, it gives me a headache. takes a little getting used to, that's for sure. It's actually quite weird when you first put them on. I think they need to be bigger. They're tiny little, I don't know, 1 inch by 3 inches, 1 inch tall, 3 inches wide. Okay, let's try this. So this is the audio. That's not going to affect you.
Let's begin. I'll try to find some meds.
Although this is very strange. You hear that?
So, have you guys seen one of them? Yeah. Oh, I see him. He's on the first floor. West side. My side. He's coming. No! He came upstairs. They're upstairs over here. Oh, I didn't know. Wait, other side. Other side. He should be on my right.
Okay, let's just say that that's okay. Yeah, I just did this. What? Testing. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Pop. Is it popping? Pop, 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 pop. Pop, 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 pop. Voice stabilizer. Okay. Is it any better like this? Does it sound clearer? Can you tell a difference at all? Not really. So it's worthless. It's pretty much what I figured. Okay. Yep. Okay. Most important thing is this guy right here. So with dual graphics cards on these motherboards, it's quite a situation. Quite a situation, but I am learning some interesting facts about NinjaTrader and running Ninja with a tweaked out graphics card system where you're running it, as if it were a game, and you're trying to increase the response time and all such as that. That actually does damage to the performance of Ninja as far as the data coming in and the calculations that must be run, because with every calculation, well, not necessarily every single calculation, but let's say with every single price movement, the drawing has to be redrawn. The entire chart has to be redrawn. So they're telling me that I would get much better performance, less lag, if I were to set these monitors to 1080p and 50 frames per second, and that there would be minimal or let's say negligible effects on what's happening. Can't tell. We still talking about the volume in there? Okay. Yeah, so anyway, I think I've got this whole graphics card situation worked out, and we don't need big fancy graphics cards, which I think most of you guys already knew anyway. This is not a game that we're playing here, although it can be treated like a game, unfortunately. And many of us do treat it like a game. But we don't need all this fancy schmancy high-powered graphics cards. You're better off getting workstation cards, which kind of are fancy in a sense, at least as far as the price tag is concerned. They seem rather fancy. But like those Radeon Pro. So for instance, if I ever build another computer, which I pray to the Lord I never take the initiative to do that myself, even though now I know how to do it. It cost me tens of millions, probably, of seconds. Tens of thousands of dollars, surely. But anyway, I'm running 6 monitors, 1440p, so 2K, normal speed, 60 hertz, and disabled all that anti-aliasing. So remember how we were seeing certain charts, and some of you guys say that you've never seen it. It's only a few of us are consistently seeing it, where one chart will bleed through to the next. Well, that has to do with this whole VSync thing, evidently. I'm not 100% sure, but it has to do with the G-Sync or V-Sync or whatever, the anti-tearing, all that sort of stuff. And when you enable that, then that kind of decreases the performance a little bit. But see, if you're using the Ninja Manager, the Window Manager, to move charts around, and you disable a couple of performance things in your, so for instance, I'm going to show you this one thing. This one thing will help you out when you start to experience a lagging in your data feed. Let me see if I can get this microphone a little closer so it's not, so the volume isn't changing as much as it is. It's weird wearing these glasses. Okay. Hopefully that's a little bit more consistent. Right. So if you'll just search for performance perm, see this? This is Windows 10, of course, and I hope you guys are on Windows 10. Please tell me you're on Windows 10 by now. Adjust the appearance and performance of Windows. So if you'll open that up, probably doesn't have to be, yeah, it's just open. Okay. So these are all really minor techniques to, or let's say functions to increase the performance of your graphics, which can have an effect on your CPU if your graphics are connected to your CPU or built-in graphics, whatever. The only thing that I have on is to use drop shadows for the icon labels on the desktop, and then smooth the edges of the fonts. Okay. Show shadows. I do want that one on. Save taskbar. Everything else I'm turning off, because I think you'll hear it. I've turned my fans up on full blast so that hopefully that you'll actually be able to hear it. Let me just see if I've got that enabled for you to hear the system sounds, because I want you to hear the difference. Just I figured out a couple of things in dealing with all of this, and I think they're minor tweaks to experience pretty dramatic increases in performance, especially when it comes to lagging data. And we've had such high volatility lately. Well, it's been just about indefinitely for the past 6 months, hasn't it? Sometimes worse, sometimes better. So let me check one thing. Yeah, I'm recording at 6 frames per second. Right. Okay. I don't know if Zoom has done another update, but I just know that I wasn't going to run it before today's meeting. I had already done enough messing around to make it to where I was 15 minutes late. How do I have my page file set up? So I've got I dropped it back down to 64 gigs. So I think it's just set up by just automatic by computer. So let's see. Where do I go, Jordy? Under the advanced tab. Advanced here, yeah. So it's totally. I don't think I need it, but I've read don't mess with it. What do you say? I mean, I've got 64 gigabytes of RAM. They're 32 gigabyte cards, slots, whatever you call them. I did have 128 in there, but I said, I mean, when am I ever going to use 128? I've left it as it is. I think it's rarely used, but I don't do fast startup, and it's all completely killed when I shut down the computer and when I start it up. So that's another thing that you guys may not know about, but going into sleep mode, having sleep mode enabled, is exposing yourself to attack. It's probably the most terrible thing that you can do. Yeah, I read about that too, and I just didn't want to have to take the time. Looks like it's about a 3-hour ordeal. Jordy's just saying, or no, yeah, he's writing it to everybody. Okay. And just so you guys know, when you're writing in, let's use Slack together, please. So everybody communicate in Slack today. Still can't figure out how to fix those window icons. I mean, I could do it if I downloaded a certain program that I said I'd never install on my main PC ever again, but I'm just not going to worry about it, I guess. But yeah, this is what I do. So when the window manager is moving the charts around, it's not going to show any of the content. Okay, it's not going to fade and slide and animate the windows or the charts into place. You'll notice, well, we don't have any data coming in yet, do we? It's at 5 o'clock if I'm not, I mean, I should know this by heart, but I'm pretty sure it's at 5 o'clock. Come on, Daniel. Yes, we got about another hour. All right, before we shut down, we'll see the market open, and I'll show you what I'm talking about. But just grabbing this and moving it around, and that's another good thing about this little window layout, this whatever it's called here, Snap It. I wish I could find some sort of alternate that you guys in Europe could use. Has anyone found that yet? I know I bought it for a couple of you Europeans or Africans or Asians, and you couldn't use it because it wasn't available in your country, which makes a lot of sense, being that the guy that makes it made it in Czech Republic. So Snap It is what sets up these when it's $6. So you're in Thailand, Richard, right? You still in Thailand? Tidy, like TIDY, Tidy Tabs, or Tiny Tidy Tabs. Let's see. So that should be available anywhere. Well, there are a few different programs that can do it. I'm sure most of you guys can figure out. So I don't want to spend too much time on this, but all I know is that there are a number of window managers available that are garbage and are very invasive and end up sending out all sorts of data to whomever back to their company, kind of like Microsoft and Google do. And then I'm sure they're just, I mean, that's why a lot of these apps are either free or exceedingly cheap, because they make the majority of their money selling your data to Google, Microsoft, Apple, whomever. Tidy Tabs. This is a good site alternative too. So anytime there's a program that we're looking at or looking for, this one I'm afraid does not work with Ninja 8 windows. Ninja 8 windows are incredibly unique because they removed the title bar. See how every other window has a title bar? Now, you can't really see it on the UWP apps, but yeah, every other application has, well, for instance, this. This is the title bar. Okay. Ninja elected to remove that to have more chart space, because it was one of the main features that people requested. All right. Because of that, it makes managing these windows exceedingly difficult. I wouldn't say exceedingly difficult. It's just a use case that's rare, that most of these guys will never take the time unless 10 or 20 of us call them up and say, hey, why don't you make us a special version for Ninja 8 and we'll sell the heck out of it for you. Which is what I tried to do with one company. And the guy's like, yeah. New version's coming out by the end of the year. Well, that was 3 years ago. Sound familiar? Not to my recollection. I've never said anything like that. Yeah, maybe something similar, but well, yeah, I guess I have. Bright Explorer. So yeah, there are some options here. You can just try them out, but tidy tabs. And this works with Ninja pretty well. So Snap It is here. I've talked about this a lot, and when you watch the replay, you probably don't see it or hear it, but there is one particular video on YouTube where I've gone into this in pretty heavy detail. It's a library. You would think I would know how to use this thing by now. Window Manager. And that's a good 30-minute video. Somebody gave me the old thumbs down. Oh, the bastards. Well, it was a poppycock video, but it does give you the gist of what I'm trying to achieve with it. Can you get into Slack if you're not subscribed to the room? No, you can't. And we're phasing Slack out today anyway. So really, Jordy, all you need to be is subscribed to one market. So for instance, crude oil, or there isn't really a trading room per se, although I'm going to have to add it back in some form. It's just not going to be 3.5 hours a day. It's going to be probably like a 1 hour to 2 hour session, 2 days a week, 3 days a week, something like that. I've been working with a couple of guys and programs and trying to get us a custom solution that will fit inside of our forum here that's custom made. And we finally have the solution. So I told you that Eventi was the thing I was looking at last time. Well, that's not going to work. It's more geared toward live presentations, but there is something called OneStream, and I happen to be one of the few guys that got in on the ground floor of an app called Restream. Restream. And now it's worth multi-millions. They just got, I think, $38 million investment. So, yeah, they're growing like crazy, and they're not quite to the point to where I can simply take an iframe or an embedded piece of code and just plop it right inside of one of these pages here. But there is another one that I have that can do that, and it can do it now. So I'm going to stick that in there tonight, and it hooks up with Vimeo. So Bo has been recording with Snagit, and then he's sending it to, well, I don't even know if he's doing that anymore, but he was sending it to Cedric, who would then edit it, render it, upload it to the forum. Well, by that time, it's a little late, you know? You guys still having trouble getting in? I don't know if I can do at all. Is there an at everyone? This Babel chat is not my preferred. I'm going to get something a little nicer. This is, it's made for discourse, but there are a lot of new options out now that are going to be better. I think, like you guys mentioned before, just having our own thread where we can all talk. And then rather than having this crude oil futures, crude oil member discussion, I'm just going to open it up. I'm going to remove the crude oil member discussion. I did that because I wanted to keep the analysis that Bo and I were doing clean without a lot of occasionally we'll get some members that know way more than I do and than anyone else does, and they're not afraid to say it. And then they'll, for every view that I'll put out, they'll put out a competing view such that if I'm wrong, well, then they look right. Well, that's, brilliant. And then, of course, on their way out, they'll have a link to their program as they say goodbye, for all you guys to sign up and leave the shenaniganery and go join a professional. Well, I'll tell you what, I can't say I've been acting very professional lately. Probably for the past 6 months, maybe, but I have had the most traumatic 6 months I think I've ever had to deal with ever. That may be a bit dramatized, but things are not going well at home, let's say. And it's just, no, eating me up. It sucks. But back to the topic at hand, I'm going to get rid of this member discussion and have it to where you guys can comment on each of our sets of analysis. What I want to do is put some structure to it, though, and some rules and guidelines. So you see how you have a reply for every post. So if you have a specific question on a post, then do that reply to that particular post. Let me just try something here. I want to say it puts it at the bottom anyway, but there's something that we can do to make it to where it doesn't do that. Yeah. Yeah, I just don't like the layout of this thing. There are some code hacks and ways we can tweak the way this works. So if you guys have any recommendations, please, please. See, because you don't even really know, like, you know, it's still a little hodgepodge. I mean, it's not exactly how I had envisioned it, but then at the time, I didn't know about all of these other options that we had. And of course, we went with the best one at the time. Now, Discourse is a really nice forum. It's wonderful. It's really customizable. It's just every time we have to customize it, it's like $2,000. So, you know. Okay, that's what I wanted to ask you guys about. Okay, so John saying, you know, to the contrary, he rather likes having it split up so that you know that this forum is really only going to be Bo and my analysis. Bo's and my analysis. Bo's and mine. I don't know. I can never get that one right. But this one, you always know it's our analysis. And then the other one, you know, you can see anyone's. The problem is we've got some pretty good talent out there now. And if we could make it build proper threads, you know, would it be acceptable then? So say, you know what I mean? Like if we're looking at this chart and then say this were mine and someone had a comment on it and they replied to it, and it went into a thread underneath this that's hidden until you click on it, would that be acceptable? Yeah, true. And that's another reason why I wanted to have the ability to have two instruments on one page. And then if you clicked on a chart, it would go full screen. Well, let me just tell you a little bit about the update that's coming. So, what we're doing, by the way, did I give you this? So this is on the import manager. Import manager with snap it. Microsoft Windows Store app for snapping and arranging charts into various positions. Okay, and then there is for the euros, and this works quite well. See, we might be talking about two different things, Richard. So, real quick before we move on, and I know I'm dragging here, but it kind of feels like it's going to be one of those days. Windows theme settings. Start snap it when Windows starts. About keyboard mouse. All right. So with snap it, make sure I'm on the right screen. And let's just see if we can take this sucker live. Which I doubt very much. Because I said a comment that someone upstairs didn't like very much. Okay, let's go on to Facebook. Yeah, Aqua Snap's a good one. That's what I was going to recommend. If some of you guys cannot use Snap it, then Aqua Snap may be just the ticket for you if you're in Europe or Asia or Africa. Use persistent string key. Use paired encoder. All right, 1 second. Sorry, guys. 1 second. Market prep. What is today? October the 26th, 25th. Tomorrow's my brother's 42nd birthday. The wild man. Hillbilly. Go live. First time ever live on Facebook. Never thought it would happen. It's amazing what happens when you get these new graphics cards. And we all live on the Facebook. I think. Yeah, probably not. Yeah, it says we've been live for 20 seconds. Well, that's pretty cool. All right, so let me give you guys a link to that right now. Oh, man. So at least this way you don't have to wait on. Well, sometimes it's good that you have to wait on Cedric to do some edits, because I can say some pretty awkward things that need some editing, as it were. Well, sometimes it's good that you have to wait on. Yeah. Yes, it is, Daniel. All right, now how do I grab the link to this? I can even show captions. Unbelievable. Well, now, Facebook almost seems nicer than YouTube. All right, here you go, guys. It's a link to Facebook Live recording. No, it's not either. It's a different link. Okay, I shared it to the timeline. I just want to copy it, man. Come on. Come on, man. Copy link. There we go. Oh, and I can embed this. Okay. Just had a brilliant idea, but I already forgot it, so oh well. I can't believe they just let you do one or the other. So today it's Facebook, okay? Which is why you need the service that I'm talking about. All right, so. Yeah, okay, Richard, you can see it on the Microsoft Store. You know, I wonder if you guys used a VPN. Those of you that, you know, it might depend on the Windows version. Who's in here that I bought it for? That it didn't allow you to download and install it. Who's here? Had I bought it for you? Richie? No, that's what I'm talking about is this. Oh, I don't think you need a Facebook account just to watch the video. Although maybe you do. Do you have a Facebook account, Jordy? Not logged in and it still lets you. Okay, that's cool. Yeah. So try to click on that link and it ought to just open up for you. Okay, cool. Howard says the same. Is there not a person in here that, I mean, there were 10 people I bought it for 4 people, couldn't use it because they were in Europe. So tired of this freaking cat hair everywhere, and I'm highly allergic to. Be happy when they're gone. Yeah, that's you, Charlie. Just kidding. I love you. Oh, it's not still gone. It's not gone, John. You could sign into Microsoft and you'll still see it there. So what it does, the main point of having this is to divide your screen up into multiple panels. And see, I can edit this. I don't want this to be about, snap it today. But if I've got to take a few minutes to go over it, then so be it. But this makes it just way better, because what's happening when I put a window into this center window, come on, you. Oh, it's because I'm saving the layout, right? So I've divided it up. Let me delete just everything and start from scratch. So let's say that I just have this one line down the middle that divides it in half. It means that I can snap one window or chart or whatever into this right portion of the screen. Mine happened to be 1440p magnified by 1.25. All right, so another one on the left, and then if I drag the window inside of this box, then it fills the entire screen without maximizing the window. And that's what's key for this window manager, to store the windows and then move them around properly. So if you fully maximize the window and then you save it, it's occasionally going to get hung up and not be able to deal with that fully maximized window. For some reason, maximized windows they're just a pain, because some people can have, you know what it is? It's the difference in the gap between one monitor to the next. And when a window is maximized, it's like snapped to the borders of that monitor perfectly. I don't know. He tried to explain it to me one time, and I thought I understood it, but evidently I didn't. So anyway, what I do then is I build 4 quadrants. 1, 2, 3, 4. And then I add an extra. Come on now. There we go. And then another one here. That one seems a little big. There we go. Now it's right. So I had made it back when it was 1440 without scaling it up to 125%. So, all right, now I save it, right? So that builds a grid that I can now drag windows into. And notice how it's never fully maximized. It's always set to, what do you call that? Restored I guess, or half maximized or whatever. So if I click on it, it still says maximize. All right, so I maximize it. And now it bleeds over into the next monitors. You see that? So with the window manager, or this window manager, this Snap It tool, it fits the dimensions of the window, it fits the window perfectly to the dimensions of the monitor, which is key for our window manager to then save the layout and then move the charts around accordingly. And it's probably the most efficient utility. It's the utility that we've made that provides the most efficiency, I would say. So now when I click on this restore down, which is to say, just undo the maximize, you see now it's back to filling the screen fully. See? So that's what's key about using the window manager properly. The other thing that's key is that whatever windows you have open, let's say that you've got 2 workspaces open. Okay? You've got 2 workspaces open, and that's why we're going to add templates for window manager groups, because it's really the only way to do it. So let me write that down. That's the next major thing I wanted him to do after the volume. Just give me 1 second. Get these ideas that I get them and I get them over again. And if I fail to write them down, then you know what happens. Manager template. Template manager, yeah. All right, so this is the button that controls whether or not the window manager group shows or doesn't show. And this is now the hotkey that snaps it under my cursor, right? And this is the hotkey that snaps the main panel under my cursor. And Logitech. Hello, Charlie. Good day, sir. No, I don't want to scan for games. Goodness gracious. I'm not a gamer, guys. They desperately want me to be one, though. Sorry. Okay. All right. Jordy's asking, can I put individual window manager buttons into the main toolbar so I don't have to pop it out each time? Oh, yeah. Yeah, you don't have to put, yep. Yeah, so I have a simple version, and this is coming in the soon to be released update, which I assumed would be ready yesterday, but it's It's totally my fault. So this is the advanced layout, the one that you see before you, right? Which has all these various groups. And let's snap it to it. Oh, it's not snapping. Huh. Okay. So yeah, you've got a simple layout now. Did it do a backup? 825 at 4? Yep. Where are ye? Uh-oh. Oh, he's lost it. It's not the one. It's the one that's half made. No, we called it beginner. Beginner. So let's look at something a little less Mickey Mouse, like square. I think that should be SC. No, it's colored and squared. Yeah. Right. So you see how this one is? That actually looks pretty doggone nice, doesn't it? I rather like that. It's quite lovely. Yeah. And now, of course, it'll snap. And there you go. So now, if you wanted to add various, so each one of these is not a button group. It is merely a single function. So this is what we'll have people start with. And we did include the fix for the fibs being off-centered with different scaled. One second. There we go. Nope. All right, I'm starting to get a little frustrated here. 1 second. This is always doing this to me. I don't know why. Could be that I've got brain damage. I know some of you have been out there thinking that. Don't lie. Set as persistent. Okay, so now let's see if it'll. Nope. Well, what do I have to do to make it? do what I want it to do. Okay. NinjaTrader 8. That's it. Lock it. Boom. I'll be. Can't get over it. Okay. Well, sometimes you, oh, well, yeah, of course. Sorry. Forgive me, guys. I'm a little bit slow today. This one I've left. It's a little basic, but it's also not entirely basic. And that's my brother calling me, and he rarely calls me. There might be some kind of emergency. Just give me 2 seconds. Okay. Nah, he's just seeing what's up. Okay. So it's got 4 buttons for the market geometry and then 1 simple trend line. Okay. And then we have 1 fib retracement with the expansions, right? Those are the expansions. And then we have 1 fib extension. There you are. You can see how it lines up with those fibs because it's using the same swing points, right? Yeah. And then we have an alert. We've got remove alert, so on and so forth, right? This is for chart. Okay, that's fine. And then we also have the delete mode button, which will allow you to clean up a chart until you right click. And then a screenshot button. This is now posting to the forum. If you want it to, it is by default. And it's posting to the proper forum based on whatever chart it is, which in this case is the Euro USD. So it's going to post that chart to the 6E analysis forum, which is pretty cool. So I want to encourage you guys to post, but also, also to post for discussion. You guys can even post videos. Like the easiest way for you guys to post videos that is the cheapest. Just really quick side note is something called screen one second. Forget all that. I'm gonna have a button in there that'll let you do it automatically. The button that we used to have in there. But I'll just go ahead and finish telling you what it is. It's this one here. Screen. At some point, I'll get into some analysis here. Why is that twice? Very odd. Screencastify. This is the one. So I think it's 25 bucks a year. They just increased the price. Screencastify. But it even lets you edit it. It's pretty cool. I think you'll thoroughly be impressed with it. And it's what powers that little button that we used to have in here. And we had that Kanban board for bugs and feature requests and all such as that. It's what powers that tool. And that tool is called, what's it called? Anyhow, I'm going to add that back. Those are limited to 5 minutes, which is probably a good thing. But then you wouldn't have to install anything. You can use any browser, although Firefox seems to have the most difficulty with the most websites. I've been using it, hoping that I would be able to use it for good for everything because it seems to be the most secure. And I've just found that I've run into so many problems with it. It just does not let me access half of what you can access with Chrome. So I don't know. But back to your question, see how long it takes me to give you a question? Your question was, hey, can I add a window manager button to just the toolbar? And here I've gone into about a 25-minute diatribe on just all kinds of stuff. So that is called lack of focus, Daniel-san. And I gotta be doing some more wax on, wax off. OBS Studio, that's a perfect one. Yep. That is the stuff that dreams are made of. But if you don't know how to set it up right, man, it's a heavy duty program. But that's the one that I'll be using to do everything with here pretty soon. It's a full 20-hour project to set it up the way that I have to have it. Yep, it is free. I think for 5-minute videos and less. And then if you want the editor, unlimited number of videos, unlimited number of views, and then folders with different access, then I think it's about 35 bucks a year. Like it's ridiculous how inexpensive it is. But of course it is Chinese and they're collecting all of your data. So you don't follow me, Craig? Or you're not following me on purpose? Like you're not following me on Facebook? What's the matter with you? I'm just kidding. It's not Chinese. I don't think it is. Well, who knows? Everything's Chinese now. What can I say? I don't know. I can say that this is a fake image. given to us by the artists at NASA, showing a beautiful, up close, intricate look at the little, fuzzy, swirly stuff they have going on at the top of Jupiter. So these are all the cyclones at the top of Jupiter. And that's what they give to us as science. So that's about all I can say, Craig. Did you have something in particular in mind, or you were just looking for anything? The window manager is a little bit difficult to follow. Yeah. Well, then again, I'm a little bit difficult to follow. So there's that, which only exacerbates the problem. Isn't that so? Isn't that so? Yeah, and I don't blame you. I mean, it is hard to follow. The main thing, do you have access to that, whatchamacallit, that Snap It? All right, let me give you a link to it. Let's do this. Let's me and you plan a session. I'm gonna type out some bullet points and try to keep it on track and focused, and we'll record that session for everyone, and maybe we'll let one other person come in that's also having a very difficult time understanding it. And then we'll record that for everyone. And I'll walk you guys through setting it up. And then you can ask, all the questions that you need to ask until we get you guys to the point that you actually understand it fully and you're satisfied and competent or confident in knowing that you can use it effectively. What do you say we do that? Sounds like a nice, wonderful thing. Well, I'd say I'd buy it for you, but since you're in Canada, up there in Canada, it's not Canada, you moron. It's Canada. Chances are you wouldn't even be able to download it. One thing I will say is if you buy this one, Stack Window Manager, you're going to have one heck of a time figuring out how to set it up. And it's not easy. Yep, Mr. Bruce, I'll put you on there. Well, everybody knows Biden's Chinese. Or do they? Nah, I guess they don't. Mitch McConnell is too. Uh-oh. Or at least his, I don't know if he had any children with that woman, but he married the I don't see how a turtle marries a pretty Chinese woman, but evidently it happens. How can I get a link to this? Just a direct link. You know what? To break my own legs here. I'm getting so fed up. This will get you started, and then you just go right to that get it from Microsoft. You agree with what? Breaking my legs? All right, so the question was, can I add a window manager button? Let me give you guys a little piece of knowledge here about the toolbar. Even though we've added this always on top button, I mean, it should be always on top, you know, all the time, but because we kept having issues with it, we said, well, you know, maybe there's a case where someone would rather it not be always on top. So we made that an option. But even with that option, occasionally it will go missing. And then the only way to find it again is to use a hotkey, which is what I want you to do, what I want you to learn to love to do. And then right here, you can also hover over the NinjaTrader 8 icon, and then you can find it right there. And sometimes you may have to right click on it and select move, and then tap an arrow key, and that will attach it to your cursor. Okay. But the best way to bring it back into focus is if you will add a hotkey, snap panel hotkey. I have mine set to Alt D1. D, I don't know what the D stands for. Is that like the direct keyboard? Anyway, D1 is the, you know, the list of numbers above the QWERTY UI OP. So I can clear that, and then I can set a new one already set. Okay, done. And now wherever my mouse is, I hold down Alt and then tap 1. Just do that all day. I think that does prove that maybe I've got a little bit of mental, yeah. Yeah, stop. Stop it. Stop it now. So if I were you, Jordy, I don't know why you would want so few of them, though. The way that I envision this working is you would have one group for one set of workspaces. So if you've got crude oil and the ES workspaces open with all the charts showing, and then you start saving those buttons, that those buttons will only work properly when just those two workspaces are open. Okay. Otherwise, I think we'll figure out a way around that. But otherwise, whatever else is open, whatever other workspace windows are open, those will remain on top. And I think we can control that. We've just been working on various things. One of the things I want to show you is coming up here shortly, which is going to make you all feel really, really excited about this coming update, because then you won't have to worry about old Daniel finishing the files. You will have 100% automatic updates as soon as they're ready. And you'll even be able to pick the channel. No, I'm serious. It's already done. It's already done, Jordy. We were going to include it in this update, but the text is not worded properly. It's worded in, I don't know, it's like you use Google Translate or something. Plus, we have to have some sort of acknowledgement that you're signing a waiver if you're joining the beta group. Or we may make it to where you have to write in to join the beta group, because if you're going to join the beta group, then you've got to commit to listing bugs, feature requests, changes, and doing all of that properly. Don't just write in and say, hey, this doesn't work. There's nothing that pisses me off more, nor Akash, than someone that writes in a bug ticket that says, hey, this doesn't work. It's broken. It's like, oh yeah? Oh, it's helpful. We'll fix that for you right now, because we know exactly what to do. So there are right ways and wrong ways. And long story short, if you're going to be on the beta channel, then we'd prefer that you know how to properly define a bug. Yeah. Sounds fair, huh? So would you like to see it in action, Jordy, Mr. Yeah, yeah? Oh, you're being happy, not a smartass. Oh, that's cool. I always thought you were being a smartass with those. I'm sorry. I used to think you were a, well, I won't say it. A lovely gentleman. Just a wonderful man. Nah, I'm just kidding. I've always loved you, Jordy. Always loved you. All right, so am I on the screen? Shall we do some analysis now? After I show you this one last little trick up my sleeve. I'm not supposed to do this. No, you're the only one. That's not true. There's about 20 of you. But there's twice as many that are A, supportive. I think those are the ones that are the cause of my exceptionally high blood pressure. Yeah. For some reason, I'm very sensitive. I'm just a sensitive person. Can't help it. Lord made me this way. Must be for a reason. So check this out with my authorization interface, as it were. See, we've got here the update plan. You'll be able to choose for yourself the recommended updates or just the major updates only, or the beta. The beta. How do you say it? Beta. 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 So if I choose beta, beta text, beta text. Yeah, that wasn't going out yesterday. Yes. Downloading available updates. Check it out. Download completed. Updates will be installed when you close Ninja. Look at this. Is this not cool? I mean, they're clearly, you know, this is something we should have had a long time ago, but this is made from scratch of our own design. It's not bought from a third party. It's, you know, total custom design. So I didn't show you the version number, unfortunately, but yes, you will be able to revert back. You will be, I didn't use the Ninja Manager. Well, hang on one second so you can see this, because it's doing it all on the other screen now. So you can see that there is, in fact, a new DLL, right? Because otherwise it wouldn't be asking me to authorize it. So there is a new beta toolbar pro add-on. So I click yes to that. New updates were installed. Two very odd shades of green there. Any of you guys care to take a screenshot of that and help us with a little UI UX? I know one of you guys could make this look beautiful. So this way, and this is going to make everything so much easier. So, you know, we're constantly fixing bugs, and well, fewer and fewer. Now we're moving towards new functionality, rewriting volume analyst. We've got the relative calculation reworked and separated. But he stopped there because he didn't know all the ins and outs of the volume analyst, and the specifications are about 120 pages probably. So the code is about, I don't know, it's at least a small novel. All right, you see how it says updated, right? It did tell you the version number there, but you'll have to go back and look at the video and see. So if for some reason it conflicts with some of your other DLLs, whatever you suspect that, those damn TTPers, they've torn up my system again. You call up Ninja and you raise Cain and throw us under the bus. And now, rather than doing all that, you can simply revert back. I must say, I was pretty excited when he showed this completed to me yesterday. Well, the day before. I mean, that's pretty awesome. It's pretty exciting stuff, really. So there will be no dependence upon me. Well, that's not true at all, but I wish it were. But I have found a little agency that can do some basic tasks for relatively inexpensive, like $6 an hour type stuff. So I'm going to use them for copying files and all such as that. Okay, everything is not fully loaded yet, but I'm going to take the plunge. Maybe not quite yet. Any questions while we're waiting? So what day would be good? Will you be able to be back, Rev? Oh, sorry. Right. Yeah. Revert back. Yeah. Yeah, that's custom drawing that does that, or it's some other custom plot, or it's two plots built into one. Either way, it's custom, and Replicator cannot handle custom. But what I said we could do is we could add in the ability, just like Divergence Analyst has. You know how we have the overlay that allows you to add those dots on top? That's what we're going to do. So you can put an overlay on top of, whatever line, and just make it the same width and the same color that your other one dot. Yeah, right. So I think that's our best solution. And I imagine we can get that going pretty quick.
Cedric to do some edits and I imagine we can get that going pretty quick.
Can't believe how big Zoom's logo is in the bottom there. That's ridiculous. That should say trade the plan. So now I'm going to revert back as soon as it will finish loading these charts. And I wish I would have not wasted your time. I'm just so excited about this that I just had to show you. What are you, totally frozen? You are? You're totally frozen? Well, all right, let's just give this thing a minute. It's obviously it's either going to work itself out in the next 2.5 minutes and then allow me to do what I want to do, or it's not, but I need to go and blow my nose anyway. I should never blow that cat hair around when I'm doing a presentation. So, all right, I'll be back in like 2.5, 3 minutes. So take a short bio break, and then when I get back, we'll revert this back, show you how to do that, and then we're going to go through starting with the Euro USD. Hello? It's just now asking me if I want to record to the cloud. Well, yeah. Huh. How bizarre. All right. So now then, reverting the change. Jordy's saying it seems that being able to save window manager layout templates lessens the need for Snapit. No, because the need for Snapit is to so I'm on this window here, yeah. We're frozen, aren't we? Yes, we're frozen. Oh yeah, totally. It's wonderful. That's what I get for not using the Ninja Manager, moving charts around. That's why the Ninja Manager says don't touch any charts until it's finished. By the way, this bleach bit that Hillary Clinton made famous is quite the tool. It's one of the few that I've used that doesn't destroy your system. On a side note. All right. And it's free. All right. Now then, deal with the rest of you later. So let's just check out temperatures. Hopefully this will free up. Ooh, it's getting a little crispy. It's not bad though. I think I've done fairly well with this. Considering the fact that I knew about 32 degrees Fahrenheit, huh? That one's not working. Considering that I knew about a third of what I thought I did, this whole Generation 4 thing is quite incredible. All right, she's not going to let us not going to let us do what I want it to do because she's stuck. Well, I have to do the terrible. And now open it back up. So the whole need for Snapit is mostly for one chart per monitor. If you have one chart per monitor, then you're tempted to fully maximize it, right? You want to fully maximize it. Why wouldn't you? It's the fastest, easiest way to make it take up the entire width and height of the screen. So the problem with that is Window Manager does not handle fully maximized windows properly because they bleed into, when you have an array of monitors, a fully maximized window will bleed into the other monitors. So to move a fully maximized window around, you have to tweak a setting. And in order to tweak that setting, you have to download a program that most of you will not want to download and install, and I don't blame you. Or you would have to modify something in the registry that would allow you to move a fully maximized window. So it may just be that we take those components from that tweaker, Windows Tweaker 10 or whatever it is, program, and just build it into the Ninja Manager, or the Window Manager rather, sorry, so that it can handle fully maximized windows. But if you're dealing with windows that are never going to be fully maximized, then yeah, you don't really need Snap It. But then again, if you're dealing with windows that are not fully maximized, how are you getting them perfectly into these corners? Well, you can use the window key and do like that, right? Pretty cool, huh? But most people don't know how to do that. And you coming back for more, Charlie? Knock you out. Are you coming to make up? Oh, okay. Good boy. So yeah, I mean, Snap It, it's, you know, $6. Fairly easy to set up. And I've never found one this easy to work with. It has a couple of weird little bugs, but you don't notice them if you have it set up the way that I show you how to set it up. And we're gonna let's go ahead and plan that out now, Mr. Bruce and Craig. Time zones. What time zones are you guys in? Craig, you're in Central or Mountain? Workspace, I had 5 or 6 workspaces open before. And I can now handle that, but not when there's a lot of data coming through really quickly and I have Zoom open. So Bruce is in Mountain Time. Craig is in Alberta, which I think is Mountain Time. What city are you in? Calgary? Ontario, Toronto. So you're Central or Eastern. Got some good Indian food up there, huh, buddy? I got some Indian buddies that live there. So on Toronto is Eastern, Craig? Okay, thanks, Jordy. So what do you say we do this? How about you guys down for a 3-way call in about an hour? Bruce and Craig. And I'll call you a 3-way. Yeah. Craig, that's fine. It's not too late for you. Well, sorry, no. Well, what I meant was I'm gonna call. Sorry, Jeff. I meant that I'm gonna call Bruce. What I meant was I'm gonna carry on for 1 hour, and then if that, probably 45 minutes. I'm gonna try to get through crude oil and the euro and the ES. And then I'm going to call Craig and Bruce and set up a time to go over the window manager in detail and let them ask questions and then record that for all of you If I open it up, I could have one other person join. So the next person that says me, then you can join too. But yeah, you've got the link to the YouTube recording, which I'll post again now. And this is that link to the live recording. All right, so this is where I revert the changes back. So downloading available reverts sounds weird. So reverts, it's just odd language. Will be installed when I close Ninja. Okay, so the revert is staged. Now that DLL is stored in a temp folder named update cache. Okay, so that's the one from the 25th. And so watch what happens when I close Ninja. It's going to copy, replace, it's going to cut, and then replace. This one here. Now there's not much difference between these. Other than one version number, and we added test to the name of this one. Which you can't see here, but it's in the label. So 8.1.16.1. 8.1.16.0. See? All right, so now when I shut Ninja down, watch what, and you can close this window at any time, but watch what happens. It doesn't matter, but yeah. Don't do it. Okay. Almost got nervous. See that? 556. Well, that's not right. It's 559. Maybe that's because that's when it downloaded it. 556. Yeah, date modified. Oh, close enough. Something's not right here, though. I think the clock on the build PC is off. Sorry, guys. Let me just check something real quick. These are my settings, if you care to know. Well, that's weird. It normally lets me. I think that's the one right there. Hide all image. Well, whatever. Sorry, I just something wrong with me, I guess. But since I'm in here, I need to save just any little bit of time I can. This is it. Also copy image as a file, image windows. I'll deal with all that later. This is really a wonderful, wonderful program, by the way. It's the fastest, best one that I found for doing incredibly fast, detailed, exactly what you want in the shortest amount of time. It's just if you change the BIOS, it resets all the settings. Sound familiar? Yeah, I'm gonna make one because this is not even the half of what it can do. I bought a professional one that was so incredibly expensive per year that it just was it was absurd. So yeah, no matter what, Zoom is not letting me get that in there. Why are you still going here? I already set your folder. What the heck? It doesn't let me put files in there. So anyway, these are my settings for this little app. And the one that I'm using is the beta one. So it's in the guide called Data and Data Feeds in the members area. It's in the free members area. It's in, your landing page, your member home page, but it's also right here. Whatever. You can find it from that guide. This is what I get for trying to be super nice. Just waste time. All right, here we go. So I'm going to do crude, ES, and the euro. And we'll look at some of these higher time frames. I'm going to do NASDAQ first thing in the morning. And tomorrow is going to be the first real day of Analysis Live for me. I have been focusing on, more than I care to talk about or discuss. See how it reverted back. So I need to click on yes to accept. And there it is. Updates were reverted. And then I can just close that and be sure not to touch any of the windows until it tells you that it's done. Crude is finally, yeah, naturally. I'm pretty sure Bo nailed that high at 41 though. If he didn't, then I did. I don't know if I posted it. I did take a couple of really bad NASDAQ trades though, my goodness. Yeah, it is quite a task. Jeffrey. So 5 monitors. How many graphics cards do you have? And what size monitors? Hey, mate. How are you? Ooh, it's a good looking short we just had a little while ago. Hey, Timur, how's it going? Yeah, I'm going to give this uh, session on the window manager quite a bit of thought so that we don't get too far off base, off topic, and hopefully have a lot of the anticipated questions sorted out, figured out, and written out as well. And then we'll edit the video, we'll run it through this app that I have that will transcribe it, and then every new video that we're going to upload to the website will have a transcription uh, and a table of contents below it so that the player on the website, you can click on a word in the transcription and it will take you to that exact spot. And you can search for certain keywords. We'll have a short list of keywords. The main topics discussed. All right, so now I can close Ninja. See, no freezing. Everything is totally bueno. No problemas. Que todo está bien. Not quite looking the same as it was. I was finagling it. Oh, that's the low. That's why. Right. Radio. And then it's just insane how perfect that is. So, weekly chart, I'm slicing through these couple of wicks here, and it's essentially as if I'm fixed to that low, which could be a potential running flat low, but it's not, and it's not a triangle there. The triangle low would be here. But anyhow, I'm connecting to that low. Okay. And then that's the lowest low. And that's the highest high from 1999 before the internet bubble craze went crazy or came back to reality, rather. Doesn't that just really look like it needs this. It sure does. Yeah, I took 2 losers back to back. The 2 that I took in NASDAQ. It was way too early for one, and then the other one was just totally wrong. But you know, hopefully you guys are not using this as a mirroring service, like a trade calling service, and you're actually trying to take my trades. The guy that had built that, I don't think he's still on, but the guy that had built that risk spreadsheet for us, he's made several revisions to it, and we're going to have that as a sort of a entrance exam to getting started with TTP. Like you must know these things in order to even join. Otherwise, the amount of buyer's remorse that you can feel is it can just decimate you. Like it's excuse me, when there's a wife and kids involved and daddy's lost, all of the money that mommy and daddy have been saving up, and mommy didn't know about it. That's when daddy starts looking for a blame shift. And what better person to shift that blame towards than yours truly? Well, he made me do it. He took the trade. He says he's a good trader. And then did you trade it like I did with a tight, well, wasn't that tight of a stop, but did you trade it like I did? Did you actually take a small stop, or did you add to a losing position? Did you do all of those things that you're not supposed to do? Because if you did, well, so those are the things that we're going to have everyone know backwards and forwards. It'll be a short primer. Charlie, will you stop it, please? It'll be damn it, bite me again. What's the matter with you? Where do you get off biting me? Huh? I feed you, I give you a place to stay. Sorry. He's lucky to be here. Anyway, back to whatever. Yeah. It's that relative volume. No. can't wait until we have this entire calculation outside of Ninja. It's going to make this thing run so smoothly. Hopefully that's coming by Black Friday, but I don't want to. Well, there I did. I just did it, didn't I? Oh my gosh. Everything I said I wouldn't do, I just did it. Sorry, guys, just 1 second. I want to get this one and done because this has been driving me crazy. I don't know how many times I've had to redo these. Because of the blue screen of death and loss of whatever's stored in memory. Back before I understood how a computer actually works. Minimum range, 2. Period is 5, 6. Mm-hmm. Sorry, I know this is where it gets very boring, but yeah, it'll be nice having everything ready to go for tomorrow morning. Density, volume, all extreme high, no requirement. Thought I had set that already. 26. 26 is half of 52. This is the RSI gapless, right? All right, sorry about that. It's only the third or fourth time I've So a lot of people have complained about having too many numbers over here on the right side. So I didn't eliminate all of them, but it's fairly simple now to disable them. And when you drag, one bar to the left or the right of the current bar, which is to say to click that button right there, scroll to the last bar. So that's the last bar, which I call the current bar. Then it hides all of the toolbar objects except for, no, even this one, but I'm going to make it to where it doesn't hide that one, which is to say this one here. And you do that, see how it has right margin auto hide? So I'm going to have it just simply right margin. It's a little bit on the light side, but I'll deal with that another time. Okay, here I turned on the actual support and resistance lines. And I've noticed that on one guy's, this is supposed to stop when, all right, let me just go over this briefly, very, very briefly. So this is how I figured out, it was at least the starting point to figuring out volume divergence, which is one of the most important signals that I think I've spec'd out and coded up. And I did that using these lines produced from the extreme and major spikes in the volume. So on a weekly chart such as this, with the data being as horribly ugly as it is, it just really doesn't look right at all. Can I ask you guys a question? Those of you that are left, Jordy, maybe you would know. John, maybe, is there an aggregated data feed that you can get that will show you, kind of like TradeStation does? It will show you the full amount of contracts traded for each individual week and day from all of the open contracts, you know, including the one that's about to expire, but we've already passed expiration date by a day or two, and the current month and the next month, so that there aren't all of these kind of artificial gaps. No, I think I'm just gonna have to make it myself. So for some reason, Meg or Stephen, well, Australian Steve, Mick, when he shows these lines, he's able to see all of them, and I have no idea why. It's a bug, but I don't know how he's got it to do that. Because it normally just will draw from one green line from an extreme spike low in the volume from the low. And I used to have it to where it encompassed the bar. I'm going to add that back in the next version. And I'm actually going to add volume profile to it. So, well, and bid ask data, and just, yeah, it's going to be a lot of writing. Thankfully, I've done the bit about building the signal builder. It's basically Bloodhound built into the indicator, so that you'll be able to build combinations of signals from within the actual properties of the indicator. The hard part is going to be adding in, you know, multiple new data streams. One's going to be the aggregation of the volume from the various contracts. The median and the mean of that volume for each time period. And then, well, it's a lot. I'm not going to try to explain it to you. It just doesn't make any sense. Well, it does make sense, but not if you don't know what I'm talking about. So, yeah. Right now, I'm drawing the extreme spike, support and resistance lines from extreme spikes only. And you can see that when this one ends, it ends because the next one begins, right? And then that one ends because this one begins there. This one ends because you have a new one that begins there. And see, there's that perfect volume. This is the perfect volume. This is the perfect counter trend volume divergence signal. I mean, that's it really doesn't get much nicer than that. And on top of it, look at what you had back here. You had the extreme spike high, even though you can't see it. It's so awkward and weird. But that was the extreme spike high of that major, had to have been an announcement of some kind that happened to coincide with those lows. So I've worked with him a couple of times and helped him build out a couple of Bloodhound templates that I think are probably the first interesting strategy templates that I'm excited about. It's just pretty amazing what he's got going on there, but it has a lot to do with these lines, and I just don't know how the bug that he's got showing is able to even show up. It's really, really bizarre. But I'm so far off base and off topic now that I don't even know how to get back on track. Let me see if this is the reason. Nope. Nope. I don't know how he's doing it. He's got it too deep. Well, I can add that in. I can control that. So that's what I'll do. But yeah, pretty exciting stuff he's doing. It's surprising to me, actually. I know this is taking forever, guys, and I'm terribly sorry. At some point, I will get back on point for these Sunday evening sessions. I think once I get back, into the swing of things and out of depression about the state of life that I find myself in, and realize that there's really not that much to be depressed about, considering the fact that I don't wake up in Kathmandu every day in a tent under a tree. So there's really no reason for me to be depressed, and yet here I am. But once I get back into the swing of it, these are going to be nice and short. Well, that's interesting, isn't it? Look at where it pulled back to. All right, so if it pulled back to here, and I mean, it's you have to admit that's quite interesting that it found its high at exactly the parallel from the high in 2000. Is it not? Hmm. I don't see any reason why I should choose one over the other. This is the lowest point. Yeah, I do pay attention to gap fills much more now than I used to, just because I started studying them again when Ed brought them to my attention once again. And they are, in fact, a big part of Elliott Wave. It's one of the ways that you recognize the third, the really massive gap. But there's a lot of recurring patterns that occur with gaps that I think you can capitalize on. I don't know for sure whether or not they're truly, significantly have a significant probability greater than 0.5 that would allow you to capitalize on some sort of trade based on the notion of a filled gap or half of the filled gap or hitting the high or the low of the gap or whatever. But I do know that they are indeed areas of importance, and a lot of people watch them. I'm going to go ahead and say I don't need that one. I'm going to say the next high is going to be up there. So what if I change the slope? And this is still NASDAQ for sure, but let's speed it up after this. Now, this one is actually connected to that major retracement low there. So that's where I think we're ultimately headed. 13,000. Oh, it's a terrible number. But not before. How many days until the election? I'm telling you, we should be seeing a sell-off this entire week, like a dramatic sell-off. And they're going to say, I don't know, let's take a wild guess. third wave of COVID cases. Who would bet money on that? Third wave of COVID cases. We've got an uptick. We've got a spike. Oh my gosh, we tested dead people and they've got some random strands of RNA in there. It's very likely COVID. Oh, we're all going to die. To be honest with you, I think I had it twice. I never went to the hospital, though. All I know is that if Donald Trump wasn't in, well, I don't know that from however you say that, from Paul or whatever. I don't know that from Peter, robbing Peter to pay Paul. I don't know. Anyway, I have no idea what I'm talking about. But I do know the conditioning involved is at such a high level. It's so in your face, overt now, the propaganda, that it's clear that they literally think that we are all morons because it's so over the top and in your face that yeah, that's what they think of you. They think of you as a complete nincompoop. How's that make you feel? And it sucks you can't pin it all on one guy. It's a massive group of people that have an agenda. What are you going to do? Let's just not even talk about it. Let's just forget all about it. So I think we're coming down and you know, I don't really know what to make of this wave in the NASDAQ. It is so bizarre looking in here. I mean, this has to be a running flat for a fourth wave low here, which means that, and I really need a logarithmic chart to do this properly, but our tools don't scale for that yet. We haven't added in the crazy, ridiculous equations it takes. You know, log of whatever, I don't know, 1.4. I can't remember any of that. Thanks a lot, Mr. Grimes. %. There's that 100% again. It's so bizarre. But see, that's not the right low to measure it from, right? Because if this is a running flat, which is the most bizarre looking pattern I've literally ever seen. That is one heck of a running flat. I don't know how else they could count it. To be quite honest with you, let's see. Oh, it does work. Well, let's just take a look real quick. These guys don't mind. I make them a lot of money. Wish I could say the same for them. Well, naturally. Yeah, they think it's a lower high and that we're going straight down to, what is that? The Dow at 18,000 at the low. So they would say that we're going down, let's say 30,000, 60, 70%. You know, what is that? 3 times 7 is what? 21. So we're going down to 9,000 in the Dow over the next 2 years, 2.5 years. God help us if we are. This is what I like to see. Thank you. Thank you. See, from what I understand, Prechter controls the overall narrative, which I've kind of let Bo have free reign because I've been dealing with so many other issues when it comes to Elliott Wave. So Bo's been kind of handling his own take on Elliott Wave. And, it may or may not be correct, and I may not necessarily agree with it. But in order for this to work properly, we have to remain on the same or similar page. Likewise, at ElliottWave.com with Robert Prechter and Mr. Stephen Hochberg, they've got an SOP, a standard operating procedure that would dictate open up in a new window. Let's do that. That says that, they must keep some kind of they've got to keep a status quo as far as, what is the favored count, right? What is the favored count? Because if they didn't, then it would look like just a bunch of analysts with ideas and, pick one. Maybe he's right. You would have been better picking the other one because that guy was actually wrong. So I I understand the thinking involved there, but this is so far from a normal looking fifth wave that I think Hochberg feels that, and I think he feels the animosity growing that he's willing and ready to give us now the alternate count, which is not what I would have preferred. Well, no, not at all. 1, 2. Well, hey, it works. As long as 3 is not the smallest. Doesn't work in the S&P though. Schematic. Yep. I like this as a possibility. Okay. Tomorrow is going to be the deciding factor on direction, because we are coming up on what is going to look like the most beautiful short on the RTH tomorrow after the open, if we gap up. And I'm going to have to pull it up here in a second. I know I'm going way over time, but hey, it's, the first time I've actually held one of these and made it. And I'm just kind of getting back into the swing of things. And I tell you, there's a lot of people worse off than me in my situation. My situation is more relationship related than anything else. It's funny how things can just deteriorate when, well, it's just like a plant. If you overwater it, you kill it. If you underwater it, you kill it. They're fragile. And in all actuality, I think I'm the fragile one. So I'm the plant here. What, Charlie? Come back in here and bite me. What? I love you. You're a good boy. One, two. Makes me want to look at gold, man. It's in a perfect channel. So is silver. But you see what they're calling for, right? They're calling for wave 1 down, 2 back up, and 3 straight down to complete a massive 5th wave. That's going to take silver below $17, $18. Meanwhile, he's got the count for gold in the exact opposite direction, but at least he's got his alternate here, showing this as a well, that the alternate's even, it's even worse. So these two are at complete odds with one another, and I think that's just a way of safeguarding your tail when it is completely, throw your hands up in the air time. And yeah, I mean, what else do you do? Be like me giving one count for going to the moon in the NASDAQ, but another count in the S&P 500 for going straight down. Oh, so now these guys are finally on board with my count that I've had for months now, but they're calling it a B wave high. What does that even mean? A, B, C. Holy mackerel. He's calling for the dollar to go way below parity, way below parity. And that would be A, B, C. I don't know. That would have to be wave 2. Let's look at this. So, all right, we want to go to, where's my workspace? Euro USD. Oh, I just opened the wrong one. All right, I'll be back in a second while this is opening. You guys pop some questions into the chat. It's going to take a little bit longer for this one to open because it's got some really bad volume stuff. It's, I may just have to end it. I don't know, but I'm just going to run to the head real quick and throw me some questions if you have some. Okay, sorry. Looks very bizarre. Yeah, that one's not quite right. Okay, we're going to do crude. Let me clean up the ES really quickly. Interesting. Why is that doing that? So it overthrew it here. No. That's what it is. And then the parallel you do from the throw over. which still gave you quite the throw over, but it was going down in a straight line. Let's see, that's a 2-minute chart. So as fast as it's moving, holy mackerel, 600%. That is the perfect 2-bar pattern that you could hope for into a low. Could you possibly get a down sloping channel other than the one that we have? Well, yes and no. You could quite likely on the tick chart. Let me try this. Sometimes these sell-offs, if they occur in the middle of the night and they have these huge wicks, they're not really taken into account. And big boys will use, see, like this one will be, because it's right into the close. So that is a significant swing point right there. And it's not really on all that much volume. I mean, yeah. Where am I? Right here. Right here. Yeah, you had some pretty good volume coming up and out of it, but you know, the normal New York session close at 4 o'clock. This is 5 minutes before that. The close that I'm showing is the actual, you know, where they do the balance adjustment, where they do the, what's the word I'm looking for, guys? The with the contracts. There you go, settlement. It's one thing I miss about Saturday Night Live is Will Ferrell. It's just not what it used to be. Just a bunch of little homos in their fancy pants cracking jokes about whatever. All right. Anyway, I guess I'm not allowed to say that anymore. I'll go to jail. Hate speech. I didn't mean gay. I meant homo in the sense of the way we used the term back in the 90s. Or no, sorry, that was gay. Well, maybe I did mean gay. Anyway, nonetheless, I better watch my tongue. We don't need the founder going to jail for hate speech. That's awfully close to coming in on that high, isn't it? What is this, a 2-minute chart? We're going to do this in the 5-minute. Sorry if you're a homo. Sapien. Dun, 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 dun. Okay. Now we've got it saved properly. Now we need the 5-minute, which is here. It's just not saving it properly. I'm afraid I'm gonna have to turn that VSync on and just see what it does real quick. Let's just do it just for shits and giggles, as it were. Suppose that is vertical refresh. Reduces input lag. That sounds good. I'm sure it's not, though. Oof. Was that a phone call? That didn't sound good. I don't think so, William. As long as they can't hear you. You got your mic off? Okay, good. Just don't make that admission again. I think you'll be fine. Well, it says it's on, but let's just make it on. What is integer scaling? Sounds like a lot of work it's got to do, so let's not deal with that. Image sharpening, enhanced, an alternate to VSync mode that minimizes the visual tearing and lag, but doesn't limit frame rates. Works with both FreeSync and fixed. Huh. Okay. I don't know. Most of this is for like 3D nonsense. So hopefully this will have carried over to all of my displays as they're now linked. Yes, thank you. All right, see if we do any better. Fair was the old Sean Connery bit. And Will was doing the Jeopardy. Like your mother. Know what your mother said last night. It's just not what it used to be. Now it's just a propaganda show. Giving everyone their opinions for them. I'm almost done, Charles. And we can hang out. And I can stick you in your box and throw it in the Like, just kidding. What's his deal? Thank you. Leo? All right, let's try this again. Tiny little swing high right before the close. Almost looks like a triangle. Hmm. Wow. John, what you want to just go ahead and do it now? Let's just end this now because it's been 4.5 hours. So what do you say we end this now? We'll have the call, schedule a time, and then I'll carry on with exporting and the update files and actually do it. So don't even worry about including you then. Okay. Fair enough. All right. Have a good evening, sir. Sleep well, and I'll catch you tomorrow. Thanks. Hmm. Hmm. I love seeing an entry just like that. Right there. Just pop below it. But really, you know, just staying below the 5-minute chart, just staying below those swing lows for, I don't know, probably I'd say less than a tenth of that 5-minute bar, and then immediately reversing up. No signal here, but I'm sure it's a 2-bar pattern on the tick one. What time is that? 10:15 at 8 o'clock. So where's the lowest closing price in here? 36.50. Literally have to put my glasses on to see. This is what messed me up in the NASDAQ. This whole crap here. This doesn't make any sense. It's weird. Maybe it is done. C A B A B E A B C. One, two. No. A B C. Yeah. This is so bizarre. I don't like this, but we don't really have a choice. A, B, C. So are we going into an ending diagonal, therefore? This is so bizarre. So bizarre. Let me translate this. I'm sorry, I've been just. What in the world is that sound? I think that's the V-Sync working. Nahimic just got installed. Check it out. Launch. Radio and software news. System failure. What else is new? All right. So the question has been in our minds, like, what is this move down? This was, I mean, it was so clean. What is that? Do you guys hear that too? Oh, it's probably Facebook saying, look, buddy, time to wrap it up. Yeah, it is. All right, let me hurry up and finish this. So this was such a clean and clear ABC down for the A wave, and then this was my map up for the B wave, but I think B was just a running flat, as it were. This is the totally wrong nomenclature, but you wanker. Good. Come on. 2, 3, 4. Five. So that's what actually happened, which means that, yeah, I connect there and there. Yeah. Even got the old kiss goodbye after the gap through. See? Or well, I don't want to get too crazy with it. So think we're about to see the most amazing short that we've seen in a couple of weeks. Mm-hmm. So, yep, that's the 88.6. Where is it? Normally I have it in there. Which was right on that gap. See it? Right on that gap here. What's going on here? Wish you could do a 2.5. It's still terrible. That's a running flat. So, yeah. Quite clearly the old running flat. So we've got our 1, 2 hidden in there. This is a 120-minute bar on the RTH. 5 waves up for the A wave, right? ABC down for wave A. ABC up for expanded flat B wave. And then 5 waves down for C for a running flat. It's called a running flat. And it gives you exactly the 1-to-1. Plus, I mean, we've kind of confirmed that that is the low that's giving us the slope, as it gave us the high perfectly. And then once we broke and gapped through that low, we pulled right back to it. Let me draw it better. Now you see it. Isn't that something? And the midline kind of gives it away, doesn't it? And then you gap through it and you head right up to it. I would at least choose that third wave high there. But that's just me. Well, what if we used that one and then walk this out and use the higher low? It's just not interesting at all. I don't know about you guys, but I am starving. I need to get my fat ass to the gym, but the gym is a 25-minute drive away, so I guess I could run there, but I'd have a heart attack on the way. So what do you do? Anybody want to mail me a squat rack? I'd get on Craigslist, but man, those people are nuts. I've made that mistake a time or two. Show up to somebody's house that's selling something on Craigslist, and whoops, they don't actually have it anymore. I don't know what happened. They just wanted someone to talk to. It's kind of sad. Anyway, on a brighter note, I'm going to go ahead and shut down now so that I can eat dinner on time while it's hot, and which is nice. And then honestly come back, carry on with this. And can I call you or you call me? Yeah, we can talk right now. I don't know if Mr. Craig is still on. Craig, are you game for a three-way now? Or let's say in 5 minutes. I've got both of your numbers. Craig is on Toronto. Let's see. I think this is going to be a good session for everyone. I think Craig fell asleep. Craig, I've got you down as a United States number, I think, unless Canada uses the same 647-802. Is that right? Oh, I didn't realize there were questions coming in. Oh, that's Bruce. Okay, yeah. It's fine with me. I mean, it's just going to take 5 minutes to decide what a good time and day is. Is it fine if I call you both now and just give me like 2.5 minutes to wash my face real quick? Okay. All right, I'll call you both directly. You guys have a wonderful evening. I'm going to continue on with this. This is going to be probably the most important setup of the week in the ES. And then I really must continue on with the euro. I'll come back to all that. All right. I'm going to start busting videos out this week too. I've been wanting that perfect combination of tools before I really dove into filming the live videos, but it, you know, Bo's at least making them happen. So until I figure it out, I'll just do as Bo's doing. I just didn't want to waste time on that when I could be coming up with the awesomest of all solutions, but that should have been done months ago. So I guess we can chalk a lot of things up to COVID, but we can't chalk up half-assedness to COVID. Although I wish we could. All right, no more half-ass. You guys have a good week, and meet back here again next Sunday. But for all of you in Analysis Live, I'll be talking to you directly tomorrow. And I've still got everything on sale. I'm going to sweeten the pot a little bit. And for those of you that want to include lifetime free updates, free everything, we're going to be in business for a very long time. We've got, praise the Lord, some financial backers that let's just say are not going broke anytime soon. So yeah, this is going to be the last time that we do this because, according to these gentlemen, we must change the way that we're doing everything. And we've got to differentiate ourselves by quality of content and filtering out the nonsense, getting rid of all of the guys that believe in, buy a $2,000 ATM machine and sit back and watch the cash roll in, man, for $2,000. Don't have to learn anything at all about trading. It's only the single hardest business in the world. And but no, you'll be able to buy a $2,000 automated system, flip a switch, and make $300 a day. And then next thing you know, it'll be $3,000 a day. Well, there's nobody that's made money every single day. It's the law of probabilities and statistics, and I wish it weren't so, but the numbers don't lie. And that will be lesson number 1. That's going to be free on the website. It'll be on the homepage here, hopefully pretty soon. All right, sir. All right, Mr. Daniel. And any of you guys have any questions for me, please don't hesitate to reach out. I've been a little slow to answer the phone, but if you don't leave a message, I don't necessarily know that you've called, because the reception out where I'm at least with the wireless, without when I'm not connected to the wireless and I specifically don't connect to it, well, whatever. I'm trying to divide up business and personal, and it's just not gone as planned. But long story short, if I'm not connected to the Wi-Fi, the phone may or may not ring. So if you do not get an answer from me, please write me a text and I'll get right back to you. Okay. And then write me directly at info@tradeplan.com. All right. So that's, again, for those of you watching online, let me see. I'm still on number 1. Oh, I wish you guys would have told me, man. I've been working on this other chart this whole time. That's the thing about Zoom. I'm so happy when I can get rid of this thing. So the cool thing about these AMD cards is I can do all of the live streaming directly from the cards. Look at that. Isn't that something? It's crazy, isn't it? And I can go in here and connect to accounts. Where are you? Choose a device. Facebook. See, could have used this one. This is the one that I invested in, thankfully. My goodness. It is going to be a game changer for us. It'll be the one that we'll end up using probably forever. And I took a chance on it and said, well, maybe someday it'll be worth something. So, and then we can do our own custom streams, which is what I would use with the OneStream Live thing that I have for now that we can embed into the actual forum. So, but again, that number is, let's see, WordPad. (985-630-8381). +1 985 630 8381. And that's info@tradeplan.com. I think YouTube may have already kicked us off. I don't know. Well, how do you like that? There we go. There we are. So that's me. Call me anytime, day or night, rain or shine. Right into support or info. Cedric will let me know immediately. And got a pretty good deal cooking for you guys. And we're aiming on basically what I'm going to do is sweeten the pot a bit now. And I'm not going to talk about it on camera for a recording, but since Black Friday is so close, I'm going to go ahead and offer you guys the deal that we're going to offer Black Friday. And I'm going to do that for you for the first of the month. Okay. So between, whatever the next weekend is, I believe it's the 31st. So we'll have a webinar on probably November 1st. And maybe the 30th and the 1st to kind of tie up everything all together. The update will be up by then. We'll have some restructured content. It's going to resemble more closely what it will resemble fully, or what it will be rather, come Black Friday. And of course, it'll gradually get better from there. But the major development for this year is done, aside from the volume analyst, which I definitely want done by Black Friday. So we've got some good things coming. I know I've told a lot of you guys that, and John and another gentleman, the German, have been pretty upset by it, but hopefully I can ask your forgiveness and you'll grant it to me, and we'll get things back on track here. And I'd ask the same of all of you. Just bear with me. I've been struggling through some pretty emotional and just, well, yeah, pretty rough stuff. So all right, I'll talk to you guys tomorrow. All right, bye everyone. All right, have a good one. See you guys.